All right. Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me. We're live from Los Angeles for the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando. And we also are going to conclude our fundraising effort today by making the donation and, of course, choose our winner for the raffle for the last remaining Seiko Rowing Blazers watch that I have to give away. Let me start by opening up that tab, the community tab, where I have all the numbers tabulated. There are 31 entries, as you can see here. And of course, some people have multiple entries, which increase their chances. As you guys know, for a good part of the month, for a good chunk of the period between September 12th and October 12th, I didn't get to do many live streams. So in the beginning, when I was giving for a number for the first and last to enter the raffle for the 3 last live streams, which I conducted as a marathon, aiming to go for about 6 hours, I granted a number for every single super chat or super sticker. So we have a grand number of 31 entries, number 1 being Jake Brooks, number 31 being Bruce G, and a number of people who have 1, 2, or more multiple entries because of the contributions they have made over time. Now, these kinds of giveaways I fully intend to continue in the near future. I don't know if I will continue to give watches away. I'm still a very small channel, but as the channel grows, you should certainly expect for these kinds of contests, giveaways, raffles to continue. And for my part, I'm very proud of the community that I cultivated around this channel. I have been monetized since November 2022, just about. And I have had 2 fundraising efforts earlier and in the wake of the earthquake in the Middle East that affected Syria and Turkey. We gathered $725 and made a donation to UNICEF around that time in February. And now, as a reaction to, again, the earthquake in Morocco and the floods in Libya, which have taken many lives and affected many people, including children, I decided to dedicate the proceeds from super chats, super stickers, and super thanks of the channel between September 12th and October 12th to this cause. So I'm going to make that donation live. Right now, we gathered around $470 or so. Obviously, the 30% that Google takes is my contribution. So people have donated for about $470 in that time period. And I rounded that up to $475. And obviously, I don't care about what Google takes as its cut. I'm more than happy to make that 30% contribution myself. So let's start things off by inviting some of our folks into the panel. If you would like to join me as I make the drawing, I would really appreciate that. I would love that. I would love to have some company on the panel. But if not, in either case, I'll probably start with making the donation to UNICEF, and we'll go from there. I actually have the website ready to go, so I will just pull that up. And this will be dedicated to the supporters of young Brando. So it is really a donation made in your name more than anything. Since it's you, again, who are contributing 70% of this effort. So the credit card information, obviously, I will have to hide for a second. Let me pull it out. Okay. There we go. Okay. Yes, sir. There we go. Thank you so much, guys. So we have successfully donated 475 US dollars. Thanks to you, thanks to your support, to the UNICEF. I'm so glad once again. I'm incredibly touched and moved that you made these generous contributions, that you chose my channel, my platform to do so. I feel incredibly honored, incredibly touched. I'm going to wait a little longer for the raffle to start, unless someone jumps on the panel with me. But I will continue from last time, from Thursday nights, with the Philips auction that we were discussing, that we were coming through. This is one of the, of course, important events of the fall season in Geneva. It is going to take place on the 3rd and 4th, and there are some 189 lots, some of which we already discussed, and I tried to kind of go beyond the usual suspects a little bit, even though I have also chosen many that keep coming up on this channel, whether it is the reference 2499, 1463, those two classic Pateks, the Daniel Roth chronographs, the Voutilainen chronometre 27, some very interesting pieces by F.B. Jean, including this chronometre optimum with the jade dial, and many, many others. I think today I'll try to start from the beginning and kind of do a run through and cover as many watches as possible. And in the meantime, if you want to join me on the panel to talk about the watches, or just chill and help me draw the winner of the raffle by using the Google random number generator, feel free. Let's start with number 3 for today, since Hodinkee has just published a couple of days ago a new episode of Talking Watches, this time hosted by John Mayer, who has, of course, himself appeared twice to talk about his collection, and he was interviewing his friend and fellow musician, fellow songwriter, Ed Sheeran. Anyway, if you have any opinions, any comments, or even any questions about that interview, I'm happy to talk about that as well. But at lot number 3, we have the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 116508, which is the model that is known as the John Mayer Daytona. It's fascinating, of course, because in that second episode of Talking Watches, John Mayer actually pulled out not one, but 2 precious metal Daytonas, the 11508 that you are seeing now and the 11509, both of which were introduced along with 116-500 LN, the stainless steel model that introduced the ceramic tachymeter bezel, the Cerachrome bezel, to the Rolex Daytona lineup. And in a way, John Mayer implied that it seems odd that these 2 precious metal pieces seem to have fallen under the radar and seem to have, for the most part, avoided the particular frenzy that surrounded the stainless steel Daytona and bracelet watches in general. And he made what seemed at the time to be a prophetic remark, especially about the yellow gold piece that you're looking at here, because of its combination between quote-unquote Rolex green and gold, that it would become a future collectible. Of course, the reason I said prophetic mockingly is that in and of itself, it is a speculative and quote-unquote influential statement, right? When someone who has already become a tastemaker, who has also this sort of access to thousands, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands to people through a platform that they also partly own, obviously they actually get to dictate those tastes and in fact designate what is collectible rather than just guessing. Of course, we talked about this issue in the context of a lot of the gray market dealers, which have their social media platforms. But what, after all, is Hodinky, if not itself a gray market dealer that sells used watches, that has authorized dealerships for a number of mainstream brands, and that gets to produce content that, at the very least, in the most optimistic and objective assessment of the word, massages the interests and aspirations of the watch collecting community. This is a piece from 2020, of course, in an important sense. These pieces, having been now retired after the introduction of the new Daytona lineup, 126-500, they experienced quite a bit of an uptick in terms of the interest, which seems to have calmed down, which seems to have largely fizzled out. So it remains to be seen how the market will decide in the long term, on the long-term fate of the John Mayer, but it has, at least in the wake of those talking watches part 2 with John Mayer, remained quite desirable. And here at lot number 3 of Phillips Geneva auction that is coming up on 3rd and 4th of November. It does have a pre-auction estimate that is in the region between 44,000 to 78,900. At lot number 4, we have another Daytona, this time from another era, one of the models that in this case accompanied the introduction of an in-house movement to the Daytona range, the advent of a self-winding Rolex chronograph that was fully made in-house, And incidentally, the Daytona Beach series, when they first came out, were not popular at all. And in fact, I have to say they were to a large extent widely reviled, understood to be, first of all, faux pas to start with. They were not stainless steel. They didn't come with a full bracelet. A lot of the colors that were used for the four of them, pink, yellow, this kind of robin's egg, which is also a semi-precious stone, actually, and a turquoise, has not really found a legitimate reception at the time. But there was so much that was interesting about them, not least the fact that they came as a full set with matching leather accents. You know, for example, this particular green version, which actually has a chrysoprase dial, had a presentation box that was covered in the same lizard skin that you see on the strap of the watch. And in fact, even the accompanying wallets, which you could use as document holders, were made up from the same lizard skin. And that was the case also with the pink, which is like a pink tinted mother of pearl, the yellow, which is a yellow tinted mother of pearl, and the blue, which is actually a turquoise semi-precious stone dial. Of course, the pieces, as you can see there, came with matching 18-karat white gold deployant clasps, and they were mounted with solid end links onto these lizard skin straps, which was, by the way, Rolex's way of providing an alternative to the Daytona as a bracelet watch at the time. This was, after all, long before the introduction of Oyster Flex bracelets, which took, I think, until 2015 or so to even appear. So here again, we have the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 116519, which is the Daytona Beach with a chrysoprase dial in an 18-karat white gold case, mounted on a lizard skin strap, matched with a Rolex deployant clasp, and here with the full suite of its accessories. It turns out that the case back sticker is still intact for this particular example as well, which is always an interesting detail. I kind of like the used but not abused and certainly unpolished condition of this particular piece. I think it makes it particularly charming, if also desirable, This is lot number 4 for the green Daytona Beach, which has an estimated value between 33,000 to 65,900. Hey, Basil. So nice to see you, man. Great. Nice to see you. I'm looking forward to getting a little more eyes before we do the drawing for the raffle. Lot number 5 is a modern example of an AP perpetual calendar in a Royal Oak case. As you guys already probably know, these are slightly bigger, bolder, and in a way more tricked out than the classic expression of the perpetual calendar in the Royal Oak case, which was 39 millimeters. The modern examples are 41 millimeters, and beyond the additional moon phase indicator, they also have a weekly calendar, which is pointed by a centrally deployed, which is indicated by a centrally deployed arrow-tipped hand on the rejo. The dial color here is a very attractive plum or aubergine. The reference number is 26574 BC, which indicates that this is actually executed fully in 18 karat white gold, case and integrated bracelet and all. And the dial is plum, in the shade of plum, with traditional tapisserie decoration that we come to associate with Gérard Janta's original design from 1972. This particular version is understood to be a special edition, even though there's no official confirmation of that. Made in less than 100 pieces, understood to be, again, produced in Qatar. The piece apparently also comes with an additional rubber strap with its own déployant clasp. Its presentation box in the same color, kind of that plum / aubergine shade, which has a winder in it, as you can see. The push pin for the corrections is, as you can see, still wrapped. So the watch is basically in an untouched, practically in an as new condition. As you can see, the perpetual calendar movements are still built on the base of that Jaeger-LeCoultre 920. And you have a full rotor for this self-winding movement that is skeletonized to put the initials and signature of Audemars Piguet in sharp relief. And of course, the notches on the piece are evoking the octagonal shape of the bezel of Royal Oak as well. And here is how it looks on the wrist. This is lot number 5, which is an AP Royal Oak perpetual calendar with a striking plum-colored / burgundy dial, understood to be a special edition, a run of even less than 100 pieces made for Qatar. The piece has an estimated value between 110,000 to 220,000 in US dollars. Lot 5A is another very desirable luxury sports watch, this time by Patek. This is the chronograph version of the Aquanaut with the single register at 6 o'clock, which is for a 60-minute totalizer. The sportiness of this particular creation, this particular timepiece, is actually accentuated by the orange details of the watch, which you can see on the finely graduated seconds track, on the minute totalizer, the single chronograph register of the watch, and also, of course, the chronograph hands, which include the centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand as well. That is the only seconds hand you have on this watch, which has an orange colored tropic style rubber strap as well to emphasize those orange accents. This is 5968A, so the piece is in stainless steel. The case is 42 millimeters in diameter. When it was first introduced, the 5968A was the first Aquanaut model to feature a chronograph function. And it is a self-winding chronograph movement with the flyback function, since the piece is powered by CH28-520. The piece is from 2018 and comes with a full set of its accessories, which include a presentation box and its outer packaging, as well as an additional strap, service box, and a certificate of origin. The Aquanaut, of course, has all these details that make it a very interesting choice for a luxury sports watch. It is, in a way, Patek's version of a field watch with slightly oversized Arabic numerals. It used to have, in a way, quote unquote, a more militaristic look, perhaps before the jumbo generation, 5167. The dial was more reminiscent of a grenade-like look. Nowadays, I think it's more of a globescape design, perhaps something a little with a little bit more cosmopolitan flair. And what I really like about the contemporary Aquanaut is the integration of the tropic style rubber strap, the way it sits flush with the case and the lugs, and the way its own pattern speaks to the design on the dial, renders it as a unique expression of the integrated bracelet concept. What sounds empty? You got to explain what you're talking about, Rick Foss. Are you having problem hearing my microphone? Here's a peek onto that movement, CH28-250. Column wheel, vertical clutch with the flyback function. Lot 5A, which is a Patek Philippe Aquanaut reference 5968A. Aquanaut self-winding flyback chronograph in stainless steel with the estimated value in the range between 76,900 to 154,000 in US dollars. Sorry about that. At lot number 6, we have an absolute classic by Patek Philippe, a perpetual calendar chronograph, the 3970 EP, which means that it is encased in a 36 millimeter platinum case with elegantly downturned stepped lugs. The dial is an opaline white with applied indices in the classic obus shape. Pencil hands. The centrally deployed chronograph hand is heat blued, which of course coordinates well with the night sky of the moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock. Itself wrapped around, itself enveloped by a pointer date. At 3 o'clock, you have the 30-minute totalizer. It's a subtly recessed subdial, which also houses a leap year indicator, and at 9 o'clock, you have the continuous running seconds, which has a micro hand for the day and night indication, a 24-hour hand. You have two wickets at 12 o'clock, right above the signature of the brand, respectively for the day of the week and the month. This is the 3970 EP. E for étanche, which refers to the waterproof properties of the timepiece, and P, of course, for platinum. The 3970 is, as you probably know, if you have been watching this channel, is the classic Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronograph that is built on the base of Lemania CH27, which it shares with the Moonwatch. Of course, here on the dial side, you have the perpetual calendar module, which enhances the functionality. And of course, you have the fact, the benefit that the piece, every piece of the movement is expertly finished, masterfully assembled, and competently regulated by the Genevan masters, Patek Philippe. The watch is from 2002, so well before the threshold when Patek switched to its own Patek Philippe seal. Of course, in this case, it means the watch has a hallmark of Geneva on its balance bridge. Another signature of Patek Philippe is, of course, this cap on the column wheel, which is set in place with an oversized and black polished screw. As you can see here, the piece is presented on a crocodile leather strap matched with an 18-karat white gold déployant clasp that carries the Calatrava cross. The push pin is there, and so is the additional platinum caseback if you want that additional heft rather than the opportunity to contemplate the intricacies and complexities of the movement. And of course, that old school cherry colored wooden Patek presentation box is there as well. Everything is laid out on the certificate of origin. This is a piece from the fourth series, which lasted until 2004, with the present example being actually from 2002. fantastic piece, the 3970 EP, one of the absolute classics. And it is estimated to go for an amount in the range between 76,900 to 154,000 in US dollars. I think we looked at the 5016P, right? Did we? I wish they dispensed with the whole music so we could actually listen to the minute repeater, to the chime. But there we go. This is lot number 8, which is the Patek 5016P, a minute repeating perpetual calendar with a retrograde date indicator from Patek Philippe and of course tourbillon. As you can see, the dial itself is only marked with the inscription tourbillon and the movement number. The tourbillon itself can be seen through the sapphire crystal exhibition case back. On the face of the watch, you of course get to see the applied Breguet numerals on a black dial, Breguet styled hands, a sector for dates that is in the form of a downward facing crescent in the upper half of the watch, and that is indicated with a retrograde hand. Of course, that's quite impressive with a perpetual calendar, since it will snap back to the first of the month at the beginning of each month in the form of an aperture above the signature of the brand. At 12 o'clock, you have the leap year indicator. At 3 o'clock, you have the month, and at 9 o'clock, you have the day of the week. At 6, you have the moon phase indicator, which is surrounded by the subdial for the seconds. Of course, the slide for the chiming functions of the watch is on the left flank of the case. A platinum piece, a 37 millimeter case, which is quite compact and even more impressive for that. As you can see, this piece too comes with that additional solid case back, the push pin, the key for the wooden presentation box, the certificate of origin forms the backdrop. And here is a glimpse onto that beautiful movement, which has that wondrously finished spoke. Of course, the tourbillon cage. The Côte de Genève circulaire for the bridge plates, circular Geneva stripe finishing. Calatrava cross cover here, and black polished stainless steel hammers for the minute repeater. This is lot number 8 for a Patek Philippe reference 5016P, a platinum perpetual calendar minute repeater with the tourbillon by Patek Philippe, with a pre-auction estimate in the range between 330 to 659,000 in US dollars. Lot number 11 is perhaps, again, one of the absolute classics made by Patek Philippe. This is the 2499. If you listened to the most recent episode of Talking Watches with John Mayer and Ed Sheeran, you'll have probably heard the two of them raving about this particular reference number when it comes to Patek Philippe perpetual calendars. This particular 2499 has something extra special about it, of course. As you can see, it is double signed or retailer signed, as it is also sometimes put, and in this case by Baya, which is a traditional jeweler and retailer of Patek Philippe that is based in Zurich, and a store that also has the claim to be the first watch shop in the entire world. This piece apparently belongs to the 3rd series, and it is signed by that storied retailer, Baya, having been sold by them. Applied baton markers, leaf-shaped hands for the hour and minutes, with an English calendar, continuous running seconds at 9, a pointer date at 6, which surrounds the moon phase indicator, and a 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock. That chronograph register has a heat blued hand, and that is mirrored by the centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand as well. Here's a glimpse onto the movement with the case back removed. You can also see the hallmark of Geneva on the chronograph bridge. Up there once again. The column wheel is covered by a cap with a nicely polished recess for that oversized screw. The case size is around 37.5 millimeters in diameter. Hey, Asan Pawan, nice to see you, man. Good. We are getting a little bit of a group going, so we can have the drawing soon enough. Nice to see you all. Feel free to jump on the panel as well. Again, I would appreciate it. This particular example is, by the way, from 1967, roundabouts. The 2499 is a very important reference, not only because it represents the continuation of Patek tradition that was begun with 1518 in 1941. The 1518 was, of course, the first serially produced perpetual calendar watch. And of course, I say that lightly because it had less than 300 examples in that series. I think right around 281. 2499, which followed upon 1518 and was produced for some 34 years between 1951 to 1985, was made in 349 examples, without counting, of course, the very special 2 units that were made in platinum. We talked about the story of one, which ended up in Eric Clapton's collection first, with the other one heading directly to the Patek Philippe Museum. And the 37.5 millimeter case is, of course, a jumbo case, so to speak, for its era, for especially its year of introduction. And that certainly adds to the charm, to the desirability of a 2499 as a perpetual calendar chronograph for the collector. This is lot 11. A Patek Philippe perpetual calendar, reference 2499 in yellow gold. retailed and thus signed on the dial by Bayer of Zurich from around 1967. The piece has an estimated value that is in the range between 440,000 to 879,000 in US dollars. Thank you for being with me tonight. We have already crossed the 1 hour, so please hit the like button. I will do the drawing for the raffle soon enough. I would really appreciate it if I get at least one person on the panel before I do that. But in either case, it's good to have you in the chat. Feel free to ask your questions. As always, we're going through the upcoming fall auction in Geneva by Philips. Hey, Robert, thank you so much. Member for 2 months. We are doing great and even better now that we have seen you, Robert. It's so good to have you. Hey, Absolute Bore. There we go. There we go. Guys, if you have any questions about this auction, any watch-related questions whatsoever, or if you want me to take a closer look at any of the lots, you can always send in the numbers with the super chats. The members should try to use their member chats as well. You have that special highlighted message, so why not use it like Robert just did? And again, I'm getting ready to do the drawing for the last Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers watch that I have to give away, which is a twin of the watch that I'm wearing today. I'm wearing it on a Rowing Blazers NATO strap that kind of takes after the zigzag like regimental stripes of the Royal Artillery. The boxes for these collaborative editions are styled in the same way, so that's a nice detail to match. Back to lot number 12. This is a triple calendar with moon phase by Rolex. The professor and I were just talking about some of the overlooked aspects, some of the less commonly spoken of consequences of Rolex's acquisition Rolex's acquisition of Bukhara. Bukhara, as you know, has a very distinguished and long-standing manufacturer where they make their own watches under the brand Kal F. Bukhara, their own founder. And they have many interesting technologies as well as more complicated watches than what Rolex produces at this point in time. And it remains to be seen whether the integration of Bukhara and the Kal F. Bukhara brands into the Rolex family will have any effect whatsoever in terms of the kinds of watches that Rolex produces. Perhaps they can go back to this mid-century moment and once again make triple calendar pieces with moon phase indicators, or even make a modern contemporary version of the Jean-Claude Killy, which combines, of course, the triple calendar with chronograph. Why not? But as we dream about something like this, as we salivate over that possibility, we can look at an early 50s example of one such watch, which is a reference 6062. Very beautiful piece, stainless steel, 36 millimeters in diameter. With a moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock, which is housed in a subdial for seconds. There's a pointer date that is indicated on the perimeter of the dial. Right under the signature of the brand, there are two apertures for the day of the week and the month. And you have two Arabic numerals at 3 and 9 o'clock as well, combined with multifaceted arrow-shaped indices for the rest of the hour markers. The date indicator has a blue arrow tip, which matches with the font of the date, as well as the background for the moon phase. The case back actually has an engraving which specifies a dedication. It is unfortunate, Robert. It is. But hey, who knows? Maybe now that they have Khalef Bukhara in the family, maybe they will start investing in these Okay, can you hear me now? Thank you, GB. GB Val, thank you. You're a lifesaver. I think you should be able to hear me now. Um, yes, we were talking about the Rolex 6062, which is one of the two references, one of the two Rolex models that feature this complication, which combines triple dates, triple calendar with a moon phase indicator. 6062 is the one with a screw down oyster case. The reference 8171 has a snap on case back. One of the most interesting features, one of the most aesthetically stunning features of this particular model is the kind of two-tone or even tritone, pardon me, effect of the dial with the silvered white opaline backgrounds, the gilt fixtures, which includes the finely leaf-shaped hands for the hour and minutes, as well as the applied hour markers. And of course, the blue accents of the pointer dates with the arrow-tipped hand, as well as the background of the moon phase indicator, which is anthropomorphically rendered. Thank you, guys. Thank you, GB, and everyone else for confirming. Yeah, I don't know what to think of Khalef Bukhara as its own brand as well, but even though it will remain independent in the first place, even after the acquisition is confirmed, um, it is hard. It's impossible to think that the technologies, the complications, will not be eventually making their way to the Rolex lineup. I think Khalef Bukhara looks overpriced or feels overpriced because we care quite a lot about the brand name when it comes to luxury watches, and rightly so. Don't take me wrong; there are a lot of legitimate reasons for that. But I've never found the quality of Khalef Bukhara watches to be lacking in any way when I had a chance to examine them in person. This is lot number 12, a beautiful case, seemingly unpolished. With a few dents, especially on the lower right lug. This piece has a pre-auction estimate between 1,100,000 to 2,200,000 in US dollars. Okay, should we make the drawing? Should we take a look again at who has which number and ask Bobby Google to generate a random number for us so we know who the winner is? Let's take a look. Here are the 31 numbers for those who have donated and have, according to the rules of those particular live streams, won numbers to participate in the raffle. I'll draw one number first and hope that the person who would like to claim, who won, to claim the prize in the chat. If that doesn't happen immediately, if that person is for whatever reason not in the chat, if that person is not here to claim the award, I will also draw an alternate. So we have that safety. But these are the 31 numbers who are participating in the drawing. For the last 3 live streams, as an exception, I gave a number to every single person who donated, who super chatted, who sent in super stickers. Before that, between October 12th between September 12th and October 9, it was the first and last super chat that got a number. So as an exception, since I couldn't run a lot of live streams in this month, unfortunately, I made on October 9, October 10, and October 12th an exception, so more people have a chance to participate. So without further ado, let's go to Bobby Google. Oops. Where is Bobby Google? There is Bobby Google between 1 to 31. Are we ready? Let's get some reactions at least in the chat. Let me know if you are hearing me. Let me know if you're observing this. Should I draw? Should I generate the number with the help of the Google random number generator? Yes? No? Maybe? Perhaps? I'm waiting. Maybe, perhaps no one's listening. Maybe? All right. I am gonna do it. I click generate, and the number that comes up right here between 1 to 31 is going to be the winner of this watch's twin. All right, JD says click away. Thank you. We click, and it is number 15. Who is number 15? Let's take a look at the YouTube community tab. Number 15 is Jake Brooks. Jake Brooks. Number 15. And we are opening the community tab. Jake Brooks, longtime friend and supporter of the channel, and someone who had 6 numbers, of course, due to his daily contributions. He won. Let me see if I can actually get him on the live stream. Is he there? Is he listening? Let's see. It might be date night for him. So we'll see if he will come here to grab the prize. Once again, it was number 15. And that was Jake Brooks, number 15. Maybe, who knows, for once. For once. He might come back later tonight. I'll be live for another 2 hours and a half. So he has time. And if he doesn't come, or if he comes and for whatever reason doesn't want to claim the prize, we can draw a second number as well. In either case, I'm very happy that it went to a loyal supporter of the channel, and I'm sure he'll be here soon enough. We can take a look at lots number 13, lucky number 13, from the Geneva watch auction by Philips. This is a 2-liner with a gilt dial, classic Rolex Submariner, reference 5513, no dates, a beautiful, simple, and balanced design, largely due to the absence of a date window, and also, of course, with the juxtaposition of 2 lines of writing here with that underline, and the Rolex signatures and insignia at 12 o'clock. The underline dials are an interesting specimen of this period, of this transition between radium as luminous material, from radium as luminous material to tritium. And a lot of collectors believe the underlying dials with the white Swiss indication right here actually signify a tritium rather than radium dial. This is also a gilt dial, so it has that romantic gilt gloss look, if that's what you're into. I prefer the matte dials of a later period myself, but I'm a little biased when it comes to that. Of course, in many ways, 5513 and 5512, both of them for different reasons, are in many ways quite emblematic, with the presence of larger crowns and crown guards, as well as many of the visual signatures of the classic dive watch design. They come very highly recommended. Honestly, I'm also a big fan of the two-liner versions of even the 5 digits, right? 14060, 14060 is, I think, also a great model that still has that little bit of the vintage charm and inspiration that it combines with a more contemporary wear. Here, the domed acrylic crystal, of course, introduces that romantic distortion from the angle. Here's a closer look at the underline glossy gilt dial. This piece is understood to be from around 1963. And this Submariner is also mounted, as you can see from this picture, on a matching stainless steel oyster bracelets, riveted, very marked chamfers for the case. The piece has an estimated value between 38,500 to 55,000 in US dollars. At lot number 15, you have the classic Patek Philippe Nautilus Jumbo. This is the original reference 3700 line 011. The original 1976 design, with this particular example having been manufactured in 1982, sold in 1984, apparently, which should show you how much these pieces were actually desired at the time of their production, at the time of their release. It took years to get them off the shelves, so to speak. This particular example, as you can see, is here presented with its certificate of origin, as well as some of the accompanying documents in a red document wallet. And you can see that it also comes with the original cork presentation box, which is there, of course, to drive home the nautical, the maritime inspiration of the piece. A classic ribbed design for the black and blue gradient dial. And of course, the integrated bracelets with satin brushed links that contrast with mirror polished center links. Not to mention, of course, the polished angles on the bracelet itself. Very nicely preserved and presented example of the 70s classic, retailed in the first half of the 80s. The piece runs on caliber 28-255C, which is built on the Jaeger-LeCoultre Eboche 920, which the Royal Oak Jumbo used as AP 2021, sorry, AP 2121, and Vacheron Constantin for the 222 as caliber 1120. This iconic 70s design that has now become an incontestable classic is at lot number 15, Patek Philippe Nautilus Jumbo, reference 3700, with a pre-auction estimate of 110,000 to 220,000 in US dollars. We have two great Daytonas back to back. It would behoove us to take a look at them. At lot number 16, you're looking at a classic with an acrylic bezel insert and screw-down pushers. This acrylic bezel insert, in terms of its style, where the tachometer bezel actually sits within a metal ring that is made out of the same material as the case, is a design detail that Rolex reproduced in the refreshed Daytona line. You can see that the dial is a reverse panda layout, so to speak, with opaline white chronograph registers. Here they're set against a tropical background, as you can see, with the dial changing to shades of tobacco from the original black. This is the reference 6240 with a tropical reverse panda dial from the mid-60s, and with a pre-auction estimate that ranges between 87,900 to 176,000 in US dollars. As you look to lot 17, which is a stunning combination of black and gold, this is a case that combines pump pushers with the bakelite acrylic bezel insert for the tachometer. We have champagne tinted chronograph registers against the black backdrop and a red writing for the name of the model above, wrapping itself around, or rather above the 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock. The case here is in 14 carats gold, which makes me assume that it was intended for the American markets. In this case, ostensibly from early 70s. The case itself has a charming patina that doesn't look out of place in a vintage chronograph like this, and perhaps only serves to add to its undeniable charm. Again, this particular example of Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 6264, in a beautiful combination of black and gold, housed in a 14 karat yellow gold case, has pre-auction estimates in the range between 198,000 to 396,000 in US dollars. That was lot number 17 for the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 6264 in 14 karat yellow gold. As you look at this Urban Jorgensen reference 8, I'll take a quick break to grab some water. If you have any questions, anything you want to ask about watches in general or this auction in particular, which you can access from this link that I'm sending to the chat, please feel free to ask me. In either case, please don't forget to click the like button. It makes an incredible difference. Thank you. Right, I'm back. We're looking at a beautiful and classically designed dress watch in this reference 8 by Urban Jürgensen. This brand actually has a very storied past, since its namesake was one of Breguet's own apprentices. It was acquired by Peter Baumberger and his partner, Dr. Helmut Kort, in 1985 for its revival in the 1990s. It depended on the master watchmaker Derek Pratt, the British watchmaker, and Kari Voutilainen was involved in this revival too. You will recognize his inspiration from this case with the teardrop lugs, and also the masterful application of engine turn decorations are his work as well. The observatory style hands that you can see that are blued in parts and gold for a gold in others is also a clear shared aspect. And the blue accents are also mirrored in the hour markers, as well as the other inscriptions on the dial as well. I think the teardrop lugs complement the round case with the stepped bezel beautifully. And I like how at least some of these design elements connects the heritage or legacy of Urban Jürgensen and the kind of style that Kari Voutilainen represents today in independent watchmaking. The piece is encased in platinum, 37 millimeters in diameter. It is presented on a leather strap and with a matching platinum Urban Jürgensen buckle. The lot is accompanied by the certificate of origin, the presentation box, and the outer packaging. The dial is engine turned by hand. The numerals are made with blue enamel. Stunning looking watch, once again. And the piece, as you can see, has a self-winding movement with a full 21 carats gold rotor with a stunning barley corn decoration. Reference 8 from Urban Jurgensen in a 37 millimeter platinum case from around 2004. The piece is seemingly a sleeper since the pre-auction estimate ranges between 11,000 to 24,000 US dollars. Sorry, 11,000 to 22, not 24, 11,000 to 22,000 in US dollars. That is the pre-auction estimate for lot number 18, which is an Urban Jurgensen reference 18 from 2004, 37 millimeter platinum dress watch. If you want me to look at any of the watches that I skipped over or did not get to yet, feel free to send in the lot number with a super chat, and I'll be more than happy to dive into it with some detail. We're looking now at lot 20 of the upcoming Philips Geneva auction on November 3rd and 4th. This is the De Bethune kind of blue tourbillon, that signature blued titanium aesthetic that puts the tourbillon cage at 6 o'clock into sharp relief. This is the kind of De Bethune case that has the pierced and floating lugs, the floating lugs design, which is kind of an enclosure, like an exoskeleton onto the case that has two hinges at 9 and 3 o'clock, and that allow the watch to wear quite ergonomically, quite closely to the wrist. So unlike many watches that would wear even bigger than the stated case diameter, I would say that De Bethune's watches wear pretty true to size and certainly smaller than you would expect, thanks to that trademark floating lug design, and the aesthetic itself is quite appealing as well, especially with this blued titanium that gives the watch almost seemingly otherworldly properties. On this channel, we sometimes say that De Bethune is a blend of Star Trek and Breguet. You can also say science fiction and traditional watchmaking, I'll take either one. Of course, Denis Flegelet is the co-founder of the brand and its master watchmaker. They launched the DB28 kind of blue tourbillon in 2016, and it is understood to exist in about 8 examples. It's distinguished by this heat blued titanium case, the delta-shaped bridge, which is also, of course, blued titanium. That delta bridge is covered with spherical stars that are like small pink gold beads, applied arrow markers in that same pink gold, and these futuristically shaped skeletonized hands for the hour and minutes. This is a 30-second tourbillon, which means that it makes 2 revolutions every minute. The lightest in the world, weighing only 0.2 grams for its 63 parts. The tourbillon features a silicone balance wheel and escape wheel, and De Bethun's proprietary balance spring with a flat terminal curve and a self-regulating twin barrel that ensures constant torque in the movements. This piece is from 2018. Again, the case diameter is 43 millimeters, but truly, thanks to the floating lug design, the piece wears in a way much better, much more ergonomically. And of course, it is accompanied by the De Bethune certificate of origin and warranty that dates the watch back to August 31st, 2018. Lot number 20 is a De Bethune kind of blue tourbillon DB28 in a 43 millimeter heat blued titanium case with pierced floating lugs. One of the only 8 pieces known It has a pre-auction estimate that ranges between 60,500 to 110,000 in US dollars. We have earlier in the week, we looked at Sotheby's, which is putting up for auction in the fall season as well, 2 George Daniels branded and Roger Smith made pieces, and Phillips would, of course, would not want to miss out on the party. This is a George Daniel anniversary, and it's not just any other, it's not just any one. This is, in fact, the George Daniel anniversary #1 in platinum from 2013. The anniversary series was in celebration of the 35th anniversary of George Daniels's groundbreaking invention, the coaxial escapement, which was commercialized by Omega in 1999. It was supposed to be 35 examples, and it's powered by a new British movement, an in-house movement that was co-created by George Daniels and his protege, Roger Smith. The anniversary watch is basically an encapsulation of Daniels's watchmaking ethos in the wristwatch form. It is housed in a 40 millimeter platinum case here, and the dial, of course, expresses the approach of exactly someone who has written the book on the arts of Breguet, with a variety of different guilloche decorations. The center of the dial has a basket weave pattern. The power reserve in the form of a half circle at 12 o'clock has hobnail. So does the pointer dates at 7 o'clock. The small seconds has a smaller basket weave pattern that faces a different direction than the center of the dial. And finally, the periphery of the dial of the backdrop which is almost rendered here in the form of a upward facing crescent, has a barley corn pattern. Amazing work. Ultimately, there were 47 George Daniels anniversary watches were made following its launch in 2010. 35 of them in yellow gold, 4 of them in white gold, 4 examples in platinum. This is one of them. And there are 4 further examples in pink gold yet to be completed by Roger Smith. This is only the second platinum George Daniels anniversary watch to come on the market. The very first one was sold last year by Philips New York in June 2022 for $2,380,500 in US dollars. This piece was completed in 2013, and it bears the number JC01, which makes it the first platinum George Daniels anniversary watch to have been completed. The base plate and the bridge plates have a frosted gilt finish, which honors the legacy of centuries of British watchmaking, and the oversized thermally treated screws and gold chaton in which the rubies are set constitute other important elements of George Daniels's house style. This is lot number 23 for the very first platinum George Daniels anniversary watch to have been completed in 2013. With the famous coaxial escapement. Of course, in its original presentation box. The case itself is quite stunning as well, with the stepped bezel. Has therefore this slight sculptural touch, even though it is perfectly conservative in every other aspect of the design. And it has an estimated value in the range between 769,000 to 1,540,000 in US dollars. Lot number 26 is a two-faced chronograph by Frank Müller. Of course, this piece in and of itself seems to have created a certain hype, because to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the manufacture of Frank Müller Grail watch, Revolution's collaborative arm that particularly focuses on realizing some of its more ambitious projects, actually released a two-face Frank Müller chronograph on the occasion of the 30th anniversary. And more recently, Louis Vuitton actually realized its first collaboration with an independent watchmaker by putting their forces together with Recep Recep's Akrivia to produce again a two-faced chronograph watch. This piece is entirely unassuming on its primary face, on its primary dial. Tri-compacts chronograph with continuous running seconds at 9 o'clock, 30-minute totalizer at 3, and a 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock. Applied Roman numerals, heat blued hands, which are Breguet styled for hour and minutes. Beautiful classic looking case on the face of it with officer style screw through lugs. And on the back, you actually have a multimeter scale chronograph dial, which has on its periphery a pulsometer graduated for 15 pulsations in a concentric circle, a telemeter, and at the center of that dial, a snailed tachometer. So it has basically a scale for measuring heart rate, distance, and speed on its back. The back has that single chronograph seconds hand, which is of course initiated by the same start-stop mechanism that engages the chronograph on the primary dial as well. This piece is from right around the turn of the century, from around 2000, by Frank Müller, which is a reference 3870 NADF. The piece comes with its original certificate as well as the presentation box. The oversized chronograph seconds counter on the back testifies to, I think, a very strong legacy inspiration, giving the watch almost a pocket watch vibe. Apparently, these double-sided chronographs by Frank Müller from around year 2000 were commissioned by an Italian retailer in the 90s and made in a small series of 40 to 50 watches at a time. Lot number 26 for this Frank Müller double-sided chronograph that is housed in a 36 millimeter yellow gold case. And that is actually powered by a Lemania 1874. Which of course shares its provenance with the Omega 861, right, which powered for a long time Omega's Speedmaster professional chronograph watch. The pre-auction estimates for the value of this watch is in the range of $6,600 to $13,200 in US dollars. At lot 28, we have the Nautilus Jumbo with the polar white dial. This is a piece that wasn't quite well appreciated until it was discontinued almost. It was really a slow burner. I think most did not care much for it, did not really chase it until Nautilus as a model really took off as an hype watch of sorts. The white dial version of the 5711 was actually discontinued in 2020. And has this contrast between the white ribbed background and the blackened indices. Some even call it the piano dial for that reason, for this particular combination of black and white. I always found it very curious that you have all these blackened details, including the framing of the date window, but you have rhodium plated hands for the hour, minutes, and sweep center seconds. That always irritated me. But then again, I'm not even a fan of the Nautilus in general, so who am I to say anything? This particular piece comes basically with the full set of its original accessories. Patek Philippe Nautilus Jumbo 5711 line 1A-011 with the polar white dial from 2019 and an estimated value between 44,000 to 87,900 in US dollars. $521 Taipei asks, so when you buy a $1 million+ watch online, does Philips just FedEx you the watch? Well, this is actually a live auction, so you can, in fact, go to Geneva to bid, but there's always, of course, the opportunity to place an advance bid, get on the telephone while the auction is unfolding, or bid online as the auction is actually in process. Yeah, they do ultimately mail you the watch. God bless, there are increasingly stricter conditions. So if the watch is on a leather strap that happens to be also an exotic skin, God forbid, you will have to deal with all sorts of unpleasant things for importing the watch. Usually they have to separate it and put it on a generic strap. Look, I'm sure if you are a preferred customer who is getting genuinely these big ticket items from them on a regular basis, you know, they have outposts in a lot of the metropolitan centers, you know, between London, Hong Kong, New York, etc. I'm sure they can even hand deliver to you the watch at least in one of those outposts. I mean, Philips now has an outpost here in West Hollywood in Los Angeles. Of course, they have a great auction house in New York, Geneva, Hong Kong, etc. So it should be easy for them to kind of welcome you in one of those quarters and present you with your watch. But if that's not possible, they will ship you the watch, and I think that doesn't really have much to do with the price of the watch. But I'm pretty sure, actually, for their very special customers who do business with them at a scale of millions of dollars, I'm sure they can actually hand deliver them the watch as well. Pretty sure that has happened on a number of occasions. We're looking at a lot of attractive Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronographs. The 5270 is a more modern, more contemporary take, more contemporary variation on the same manner. This is lot number 31 for a Patek Philippe reference 5270R. which means the piece is encased in pink gold, 41 millimeter case with those distinctly stylized stepped spider-like lugs. The modern expression of the leap year and day and night indicators are quite discrete, and they are translated into these porthole-like openings at 4:30 for the leap year indicator and at 7:30 for the day and night indicator. The chronograph registers are slightly below the 9 o'clock line. The pointer date is once again at 6 o'clock, surrounding the moon phase indicator. And you have the two wickets above the signature at 12 o'clock for the day of the week and the month. The multifaceted baton style applied markers and leaf-shaped gold hands complete the picture. There's a tachometer on the perimeter of the opaline white dial. Of course, this piece was the reference that said goodbye to the classic Lemania CH27 base. The 5270 is powered by and is built on Patek's in-house caliber, in-house hand-wound chronograph caliber CH29. The 5270 is powered by CH29 535 PSQ. The piece is presented on a leather strap and comes with a matching 18 karat pink gold déployant clasp that carries the Calatrava cross. And as you can see, as part of the package, a matching push pin as well as an additional case back is provided. The case back is, of course, there if you want that extra heft instead of the convenience of peeking into the movement. The lot comes also with the certificate of authenticity, or rather certificate of origin, and the presentation box, which are of course parts of the full set of accessories. This is a 5270R. The Patek Philippe perpetual calendar in its contemporary guise, 41 millimeters in diameter in 18 karat pink gold with these distinct spider-like lugs. The piece has an estimated value in the range between 76,900 to 110,000 in US dollars at lot 31. We were looking at 5016 P, which was a classic round-cased expression of this piece, more or less, very similar. Compared to 5016P, of course, what you're looking at right now, the 5013P, is presented in a tonneau case. It also does not have a tourbillon, but otherwise it is very similarly styled. A perpetual calendar with retrograde date indicator and a minute repeater to boot. Black dial with applied Breguet numerals, Breguet styled hands, and a retrograde dates indicator, not to mention the indicator for moon phase and leap year. Another beautiful piece. As you can see, it comes with the necessary accoutrement, including once again the push pin and the additional case back. This time you also have an additional leather strap as well. The key to the case and the certificate of origin is also presented here as part of the package, as part of the lot. And here is a very nice look onto the micro rotor movements, which is built on the base of caliber 240. And here, since it comes from that particular time period, it also carries the hallmark of Geneva. Beautiful piece. And of course, this is another thing, another aspect that distinguishes the 5013 from 5016, which was also a tourbillon, and 5016 also had a hand-wound movement. 5013, in its barrel-shaped platinum case, actually houses a micro-rotor movement. I don't like the fact that they felt like they should add a soundtrack to these chiming watches. I mean, why do that? You want to listen to it. Anyway, I'm sure they will wisen up to it by next time. But this is the 5013, which is a very unique and elegant chiming perpetual calendar by Patrick Philippe. a barrel-shaped, housed in a barrel-shaped platinum case that has a 37 millimeter width, beautiful black dial with applied Breguet numerals, a perpetual calendar with a retrograde date indicator that has a chiming function. Estimated value of the watch is between 275,000 to 550,000 in US dollars. Lot 39 is a very nice FP Jaune piece. This is a Octa Lune in a 40 millimeter pink gold case. From 2007. The Octa Lune was introduced in 2003 and it won the Best Men's Watch Award at the Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève, the GPHG, the big award ceremony of the Swiss horological industry in Geneva on a yearly basis. Right now, one of the canonized off-center dial designs, perhaps, which has a power reserve indicator, a big date, and an indicator for the moon phase. All of this against the backdrop of salmon-tinted dial, which of course offers a very uniform aesthetic, considering that this model from 2008 also is powered by a movement which has its base plate and bridge plates also fashioned out of 18 karat pink gold. You can see the full gold 22 karat rotor with the stunning barley corn decoration. The bridge plates of the movement are decorated with circular Geneva stripes. The piece is offered with the full set of its accessories, which includes the polishing cloth, the product literature, the certificate of authenticity, as well as the presentation box and its outer packaging. And this FP Jaune Octa Lune from 2007 is offered with a pre-auction estimate between 55,000 to 110,000 in US dollars. Lot number 40 is actually by one of my favorite watchmakers, Andreas Strehler, who has for such a long time also served and continues to serve as a movement maker to a lot of elite watchmakers. I think he still makes calibers for the horological brothers out of the Netherlands, the Groeneveld brothers. He has designed the perpetual calendar with the flash calendar function for H. Mose, and he has also, over the years, resurrected many interesting chronograph movements for Maurice Lacroix as well. It was a recreation of Venus 175 in 2006 that he fashioned for Maurice Lacroix as their first in-house movements. Here you are looking at one of his own watches, which is one of a kind in platinum, with a case shape that seems to split the difference between a cushion shape and a classic round case. This is a piece with deadbeat seconds, constant force escapement, and a moon phase display that is accurate for over 2 million years, ostensibly. A dial that is stunningly decorated by guilloche, a kind of wave decoration for the hour and minutes, which has a stunning depth. And the backdrop of the dial, the background dial itself, is fashioned like a crescent, which is very fitting for a watch with a moon phase indicator, which pivots around 8 o'clock, as you can see. The piece has a 1 second remontoire that can be observed here right at 10 o'clock, and that also powers the deadbeat seconds. Beautiful details, including that pear-shaped crown. Very, very stunning piece. This is apparently the first time that Philips ever offers a piece by Andreas Strehler in their auctions, which testifies to the rarity, because there's nothing that Philips doesn't sell and doesn't sell again and again and again. So for something to be sold for the first time, and first from a particular brand itself, is a significant information. This is lot 40 for an Andreas Strehler Sauterelle à lune perpétuelle, a pièce unique, one of a kind piece with a world record breakingly accurate moon phase display from around 2015. A 41 millimeter platinum case that, as I mentioned, splits the difference between a classic design and a cushion shape. The piece is expected to fetch an amount between 27,500 to 55,000 in US dollars. Please hit the like button, and while you take a quick look at this black label chronomètre résonance from 2007, this boutique edition of FP Jaune chronomètre résonance with the black dial, I'll take a quick break and I will be right back. Oops, sorry about that. We were looking at this FP Jaune chronomètre résonance that sits at lot 42, housed in a 40 millimeter platinum case from around 2007. This is one of FP Jaune's signature models. Of course, essentially two movements housed with two separate gear trains, housed in a single case that are placed in such close proximity that they regulate each other, that they compensate for each other's errors, thanks to the principle of resonance. These boutique editions, the black label with the unique lacquered black dials, are part of a series, part of a limited series that are only made available to collectors that have bought F.A. Journe pieces from the boutiques before. I think it used to be just that, and nowadays you have to have at least 2 pieces, as far as I know, that you bought from the boutique to qualify for a black label. Of course, this belongs to the second generation of the Resonance, Resonance Nouvelle, so to speak. And having been released in 2007, the piece has a movement fashioned largely in 18 karat pink gold, housed here in a 40 millimeter platinum case. At lot number 42, this F.B. Journe Chronomètre Resonance black label has a pre-auction estimate between 165,000 to 330,000 in US dollars. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. Awesome, Pawan. That is the thing with auctions, right? When it comes to the price, what you see is not exactly what you get. Because, first of all, the hammer price doesn't include the buyer's premium. So you have to tag onto the price with which the auction is finalized. To that price, you have to tag on 20 to 25%. And then, of course, depending on where you are, whether you are local or not, there are going to be dues and other taxes. You know, Hong Kong locals, let's say, this is an auction in Geneva, of course, but let's say the watch was sold in Hong Kong. Of course, you're obliged to pay the import tax and other dues if you want to get the watch shipped to you from there, let's say to the US. Absolutely. This was lot 42 for an F.B. Journe Chronomètre Resonance black label from 2007. Platinum case with the black dial, 40 millimeters in diameter, and with an estimated value in the range between 165,000 to 330,000 in US dollars. At lot number 45, you have a veritable unicorn from 1994. You're looking at an A. Lange Lange 1, rendered in stainless steel. As you guys know, until the introduction of the Odysseus in 2019, stainless steel Lange watches were an utter rarity. They were never part of an official or serial production. And it's understood to be made in perhaps 30 pieces in total when it comes to the Lange one in stainless steel. Why they were made and for whom exactly is kind of an unknown. But this particular example is from 1994, which is, of course, the year of Alan Gonzune's revival. In the wake of the German unification. This piece combines a stunning silver dial and heat-blued stainless steel hands with that classic 38.5 millimeter stainless steel case for the Lange 1. The only other example that recently was sold was originally retailed by Orologeria Pisa in Milano. So people assume that most of the 30 example that were made in stainless steel of Lange 1 were delivered to either the Italian or American market. But then again, apparently the research is pretty inconclusive. Very fascinating piece, just as beautifully finished and put together as any other example of Lange 1 and any other Alan Gonzune piece, but distinguished again by its rarity, which combines a 38.5 millimeter stainless steel case with this beautiful silver dial and heat-blued stainless steel hands. This is reference 101026, Lange 1 from 1994 in stainless steel with an estimated value in the range between 111,000 to 222,000 in US dollars. Awesome, Pawan. Thank you so much. $199. I appreciate you. Thanks for the stream. Always learn new stuff here. Thanks, man. Awesome Pawan says, oof, I can't imagine paying import tax. Government already takes a third of my paycheck. Hey, again, I don't know how local taxes are here, how local taxes are in Hong Kong for a purchase like this. Again, I don't want to cross the lines. We are talking about the Geneva auction, but Philips, of course, organizes seasonally auctions out of Hong Kong as well. I don't know. Maybe we have someone in the audience who can clarify that for us. Would it make more sense to go to Hong Kong to buy a watch from a Hong Kong auction? Or does it make more sense to import? And what's the difference between Europe or the US when it comes to importing from Hong Kong? Incidentally, I've never imported from Hong Kong. From Japan, whenever I import something into the US, I always pay the appropriate amount of taxes. One thing that is the best and worst thing, depending on your perspective, about Japanese sellers is they notify everything very precisely on the import documents in terms of the contents of the box and the value of those contents. So you end up paying exactly the amount you owe, of course, to even claim the package. And I'm sure that kind of propriety is always also present with an auction house. Don't take me wrong. I'm just saying I've ordered a number of things from Japan related to watches and not. But I've always ended up paying some sort of import tax proportionate to the value of that item. And it usually corresponds to what I would have paid here. Speaking of interesting examples of the Lange 1, here is a version of the Lange 1 that was made for the 20th anniversary of the model, released in 2014 in platinum in the classic size of 38.5 millimeters in case diameter. You have a black engine turned dial. Apparently this lot and the next was actually part of a set which included also a diamond set little Lange 1 as a companion to this piece. And they come in a special numbered box together. There were only 20 examples, and apparently this one is number 10. It's a striking combination already to have the platinum case and the black dial. as well as a big date indicator with the matching backgrounds. But to have it with this stunning guilloche decoration is even more fascinating. Brings something very different out of this watch. Here is a look at that classic movement. The old school iteration of it, as you can tell from the islands on the 3/4 plates. That indicates the earlier iteration of the movements, which still follows the architecture of the gear trains borrowed from the sister brand of Alain Gonzone, Jaeger-LeCoultre. Beautiful, beautiful piece. Again, number 10 out of 20 of a limited edition for the 20th anniversary of the brand, released in 2014. This is reference 101062. Lange in platinum with black guilloche dial and an estimated value of 38,500 to 44,000 in US dollars. Here is the presentation box for the two pieces, number 10 out of 20. Two platinum pieces, Lange 1 and Little Lange 1. And lot 47 is the Little Lange 1, which scales right around 36 millimeters in diameter, once again in platinum and with a black guilloche dial, but a bezel that is set with diamonds. A beautiful looking watch, a beautiful set of his and hers for the ultimate whiz couple, for the ultimate couple of watch nerds. Of course, one of the most charming things about Lange pieces that are a little weathered, that come from 5, 10, or even 20 years before, is the aging, is the patination of elements of their movements. That particular alloy, which is called German silver, which is a mix of nickel, copper, and zinc, of course, already starts its life with this champagne-like luster. a yellowish tint. And over the years, that seems to, in fact, become more and more prominent. And you see this distinct hue on that 3/4 plate, especially. And that is a very unique patina, I have to say, and I find it very exciting, being a fan of vintage watches. Speaking of all these anniversaries, by the way, of course, next year is Lange's 30th, so I'm sure they have something interesting in the pipeline. This is lot 47, lot number 47, for a 20th anniversary Little Lange 1, reference 811062, 36 millimeter platinum case with a black guilloche dial and a diamond set bezel. The piece has a pre-auction estimate between 22,000 to 44,000 in US dollars. The Außen Pauan Nomos is also a good, affordable German brand. It's mandatory for architects. I love Nomos. I think, look, a lot of the, in different price ranges and with, each with its distinct approach, I have to say, to the same tradition of watchmaking, I think Glashütte Original is great. In fact, it may well be nowadays, in terms of what they produce now, it may be one of my favorite or my favorite Swatch Group brands. Of course, I'm a huge fan of Erlang und Söhne. I also like Nomos as well as you do. I kind of always like their World Time, the Zurich watch. And, I'm a fan of Moritz Grossmann as well. So it's a small town, but has kind of flavor for everybody, and all these brands that represent great watchmaking. But once again, lot 46, 47, and 48 are actually part of the same set that is, for better or worse, broken up here. It's a box set for the 20th anniversary of the brand. 2 Lange 1 watches, one in the traditional size, one Little Lange, one 38.5 millimeters in platinum with the black guilloche dial, and the other one in the 36 millimeter sizing, in the reduced sized with the diamond set bezel. Both are part of the same set and are number 10 of 20 examples. At lots number 52, you're looking at Daniel Roth perpetual calendar, beautiful two-tone dial with the signature guilloche decoration that became almost as synonymous with the brand name as the distinctive double ellipse shape. kind of a two-tone silver dial with an anthracite gray background and a kind of frosted silver for both the hour track and the pointer date, the scale for the pointer date, or the sector for the pointer date, so to speak. Heat blued hands for the hour and minutes in the arrow shape, and also for the pointer dates and the leap year indicator as well. On that pointer dates, you have two openings, respectively, for the day of the week and month, and strategically placed and almost at the focal point of the watch, right under 12, you have a beautiful porthole-like opening for the moon phase indicator. The case is rendered in a lovely shade of pink gold. .35 by 38 millimeters. Here's a look at the movement, which has a full 18 karat gold rotor that matches the shade of the case and has a nice scalloped wave-like guilloche decoration itself. It also carries the number of the movement and the case inscribed upon it, number 14. This is lots number 52, a Daniel Roth perpetual calendar wristwatch with indicators for the leap year as well as phases of the moon, reference C117. It's, of course, important to remember that Daniel Roth's perpetual calendar was originally conceived with Philippe Dufour. It was a collaboration with Philippe Dufour. And their aim was to create the world's first instantaneous perpetual calendar. I don't think they achieved that in the first generation, this being an early example. I think it is still semi-instantaneous, so to speak. So I don't think the day and month discs jump instantaneously at midnight in this particular case. But nevertheless, the movement originally was a collaboration between those two masters, Daniel Roth and Philippe Dufour. Lot number 52 for Daniel Roth, reference C117, the perpetual calendar in the unique pink gold double ellipse shaped case, 35 by 38 millimeters. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price between $27,500 to $55,000 in US dollars. Here's an interesting but also quite an austere example of the Voutilainen Van Uit. I'm saying this because the dial uncharacteristically is not engine turned. As you know, that's one of the house specialties of Kari Voutilainen, to the extent that he has, in fact, even acquired an additional dial manufacturer, an additional workshop to keep the art of engine turning alive. I'm talking about the Comblemine. But at lot 53, we have an example of the Van Uit in pink gold, with a smooth dial, which is a very rare variant, because even though the customers have a range of options to choose, of course, it's rare that anyone asks for a Kari Voutilainen watch that does not have a guilloche dial. And of course, we, having looked at the Orman Jurgensen reference 8 piece from lot number 18, you can probably see a lot of the similarities as well as the important differences between Kari Voutilainen's influence and his own unique creations. This piece has applied Roman numerals. The hands are fashioned in part also in pink gold, but also in heat blued stainless steel, which gives this bird's beak aesthetic to the hands, even though, of course, they take after that classic observatory style. There's an oversized subsidiary dial for seconds at 6 o'clock. And of course, beautiful movements on the back, which is distinguished by perfectly finished balance bridge that is more reminiscent of the artful tourbillon bridges rather than plain Jane balance bridge, with the oversized balance wheel, of course, that makes the contemplation of the movements genuine delight. The caliber 28, which has a direct impulse escapement, And in addition to its visual delights, the extra large balance, of course, allows also for the fine regulation of the watch using the rare balance spring system with the exterior of the spring using a Breguet over coil, while the internal curve uses the little known Grossmann curve. Every part of the movement, including the ratchet wheel and the wolf's teeth of all the wheels, has hand finishing details. And of course, a variety of interior angles can be observed on the finishing of the movement. This piece is apparently from 2012. And it comes with its full suite of accessories, 39mm pink gold case, presented on an alligator leather strap, matched with Voutilainen pin buckle in 18-karat pink gold. The piece has a pre-auction estimate that ranges between 87,900 to 176,000 in US dollars. Lot 55 is one of those elusive brass movements, épée jaunes, from right around 2004. You're looking at a chronomètre résonance. Of course, belonging to that earlier generation, it means you also have the more compact case size of 38 millimeters, which makes, to me, everything even more impressive to fit in such close proximity. Two separate gear trains, two escapements. You see how the two balance wheels are almost touching. It's quite impressive. The first generation of chronometre à résonance was made between 2000 to 2004. They feature rhodium-plated brass movements in a 38 millimeter case. And since you can set the two movements separately, since you are shown two times in two separate silver guilloche subdials, you can use this watch as a dual time piece as well. And of course, through the principle of resonance, the 2 seconds hand coordinates relatively soon after you set the watch. This particular example, again from around 2004, that combines the rhodium-plated brass movements with a 38 millimeter case, is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere in the region between 165,000 to 300,000 in US dollars. I have about half an hour more to go, so hopefully I will go through at least about half a dozen more watches. But in the meantime, if you want to support the channel, all you need to do is really hit the like button, spread the word far and wide, share the channel with friends and other collectors, help me expand the community. That's always incredibly helpful. If you want me to look at any particular lots from this auction, feel free to send in the number with a super chat, and I would happily dive right into it with all sorts of historical and horological detail. Remember, I try to be, as generous as possible with what I generate with this channel. At the end of the day, everything goes back right into it. But honestly, the super chats, the super stickers, and all the contributions that are made into the channel really helps push it forward. But at a certain level, really it helps to keep the lights on in the first place, for the channel to survive and eventually thrive. I do depend on your contributions because, as you know, I don't have any sponsors. I'm not a mouthpiece for any particular interest within the industry. I cover all sorts of news, but I always sift it through my own judgments and always side with you, so you can make the most educated decisions and take hopefully the least amount of risk. So if you support me in this endeavor, I would appreciate it. And at any rate, I'm sure those of you who have been with me for a while know that every single contribution is directly reflected in the quality and quantity of content on the channel. All right, back to the auction. We are looking at lot number 57, which is an example of these reduced size Patek Philippe Nautiluses that were all the rage in the 90s. Reference 3800 line 1, 37.5 millimeters in diameter. These are pretty nicely and proportionally shrunk, to be honest. So I really like the 3800s as a Nautilus reference. Before the hype really took off, these were incredible. This reference offered incredible deals. Still, relatively speaking, there are some very interesting bargains, quote unquote, to be had for reference 3800. This particular version is quite rare, so that is the reason behind perhaps the more extravagant pricing. Even though it is rendered completely in stainless steel, case and integrated bracelets, the dial has brilliant diamonds, 11 of them as the hour markers. Of course, at 3 o'clock, you have the date window, and differently from the original jumbo, from the reference 3700s, this piece being built on a different movement on caliber 335 SC. This piece actually has sweep center seconds. This piece was manufactured in 1990 and sold in June of 1990, and most recently serviced at Patek Philippe in October 2022. This must have been some sort of special order by a customer, because the certificate of authenticity, the extract, the archival extract actually confirms that the watch left the manufacturer with this diamond set, classic ribbed gradient blue dial, which is usually preserved for the platinum version. Interesting piece, a unique combination, especially with this in the stainless steel reduced size rendering. This is lot 57 for Patek Philippe Nautilus, mid-size Nautilus, reference 3800s in stainless steel with a factory diamond set dial. The piece is expected to fetch an amount in the region between 33,000 to 65,900 in US dollars. Speaking of this genre and a certain hype that started surrounding watches of similar design. This is the Vacheron Constantin 222 in a two-tone execution with a champagne dial that flows with the gold details of the watch. The 222 was extremely unpopular at a given point in time, especially the two-tone version with a champagne dial. I cannot imagine anyone touching it 5 years ago, even 8 to 10 years ago. It's unimaginable. But I think a certain unavailability of the more popular pieces in this genre from Audemars Piguet and Patek Philippe turned the attention of many to Vacheron Constantin, to the overseas mainly, which helped finally the attention turn to the precursor of that sports watch, which was the 222, which was offered for the first time in 1977 on the 222nd anniversary of the brand. I actually really like the bracelet design with those honeycomb-shaped center links, and the two-tone execution, honestly, I think is really becoming of this design. And the notched bezel of 222 is much more interesting to me than yet another evocation of the Maltese cross. This piece apparently, in addition to an archival extract and fitted presentation box, it also comes with a two-tone money clip in the form of the 222 bezel. This is what that is right there. Very cool. And at lot 58, this two-tone example of the Vacheron Constantin 222 with the champagne dial, accompanied by a 222 two-tone money clip, has an estimated value 27,500 to 55,000 in US dollars. We have looked earlier at the 3970 EP in platinum. This is the white gold version of that perpetual calendar chronograph with a black dial. Again, the applied obus-shaped indices combined with pencil-shaped hands. From around 1999. This piece has an estimated value between 87,900 to 176,000 in US dollars. built on the base of the legendary Lemania CH27, carrying, of course, still the hallmark of Geneva. And at lot 60, you have the split-second chronograph companion, contemporary of this piece. This is the 5004P. It is the Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar split-seconds chronograph. With a silvered opaline white dial, applied Arabic numerals, and of course, two separate chronograph hands, which can be split with the use of that additional pusher that is mounted on the crown. Beautiful. There's the extra case back. If you want to feel that additional heft of the platinum case, of course, the watch is presented on an alligator leather strap and matched with a déployant clasp that carries the Calatrava cross. It does come with the original cherry wooden presentation box. And in addition to the original set of documents and accessories, you also have an archival extract that confirms the production and sale of the watch in 1999. Here's a look at the split seconds chronograph movement. The piece is from 1998. And again, quite a marvel, simply due to the fact that they could fit all of this in 36 millimeters. The piece is built on caliber CHR 2770Q, and apparently it was originally bought from Bayer of Zurich in December 1998. And there's later invoice and documents about a December 2005 service with Patek Philippe. Since we are talking about the OG stuff. At 63 and 64, we have the first serially produced perpetual calendar chronograph and perpetual calendar next to each other. Both classics from early 40s, both pieces that put Patek on the mark, on the map, solidifying their place as the master of complications. 1518 only ever produced in 281 examples. The first serially produced perpetual calendar chronograph in the world. Quite a feat of miniaturization, considering the case is right around 35.5 millimeters. This particular example is in yellow gold. This piece remarkably comes with its original warranty papers. An additional straight end link mesh style yellow gold bracelets, which probably is not original to the watch, but represents a very interesting style. What a beautiful piece, though, with here you see in it the 13 ligne Valjoux movement. The bracelet, by the way, is also Patek Philippe, though I'm not sure if it was sold with the watch. That's why I wanted to say, it's probably not original to the watch, though, again, the watch comes with its original warranty papers and has apparently, as part of the lot, several archival extracts. So one of those documents most certainly would certify whether it originally came on a leather strap or on some sort of bracelet. So this is lot number 63 for Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar Chronograph, reference 1518 in yellow gold from 1945. The piece has an estimated value in the range between 440,000 to 879,000 in US dollars. And 1526 is the contemporary of this watch, with quote-unquote a simple perpetual calendar movement, which gives the watch an elegant and minimalist appearance. The beautiful moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock. That is that encloses the moon phase indicator, the pointer dates. That's also small seconds. Of course, this particular piece is in pink gold, as you can probably tell. A slightly smaller case than the perpetual calendar chronograph, perhaps more slender and sleek for that reason. But you get the perpetual calendar and the moon phase indicator in this beautiful, neat package. Still the crisp and perfectly legible hallmarks on the case. And here is a look at the stunning movements with the case back lifted. This is lot 64 for a Patek Philippe perpetual calendar from around 1951 for a model that was initially introduced in 1941 in the reference 1526. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere in the region between 132,000 to 264,000 in US dollars. Please don't forget to hit the like button. We are in the last 10 minutes of today's broadcast, so I'll maybe go through 2 or 3 more watches. I'll probably try to come back on Monday. Tomorrow, Longines has a special event in Long Beach here in Southern California. So I will try to attend that, and hopefully I can grab some nice videos for you. You're looking at titanium integrated bracelet watch. This is one of those collaborations between IWC and Porsche Design. It is a dive watch designed by Ferdinand Porsche, Ocean 2000. This is the mil-spec version, so to speak, Ocean 2000 Bund. Originally introduced in 1980s. Differently from the civilian counterparts, these pieces have an orange second hand seemingly PVD coated black bezel, a flat crystal, and a nylon strap with the titanium bracelets also as an additional option. This particular piece is apparently offered with its full set of original accessories and in the original unabused, unpolished condition. So great collector's piece. Kind of checking a lot of boxes, ever so discreetly. Aligning even with the contemporary trend of titanium sports watches. Very, very interesting piece. This IWC Porsche design collaboration for combat divers watch issued to the Bundeswehr with the distinctive orange minute hand and the black bezel, rotational, of course. That's lot 66 for an IWC Porsche design Ocean 2000 Bund, reference 3529. The piece comes with its original guarantee and box. It is made for the German Navy, 42 millimeters in diameter for this integrated bracelet titanium watch, which has a pre-auction estimate in the range between 8,800 to 17,600 in US dollars. Let's do 2 more watches, and we will have reached basically these 2. I can finish this auction on Monday and also share with you some other auctions as well. The Rainbow Daytona in its white gold guise, perhaps the least ostentatious version of one of the most ostentatious watches in the world. The piece is in white gold on a matching white gold oyster bracelet with polished center links. A finely gradated rainbow bezel, which is set with 36 baguette cut sapphires. The dial has 8 brilliant cut diamonds for the hour markers, which are combined with Arabic numerals at the quarters, as well as the applied coronets at 12 o'clock. The subdials are themselves fashioned themselves made out of a special white gold alloy that went under a crystallization process to give it this unique textured patterned finish. The lugs and the crowns are also set with diamonds. This is 116599R bow, the white gold version of the Rainbow Daytona at lot 73. Again, with the renewal of the Daytona line, most of these off the catalog pieces have completely disappeared. Chances are they are just temporarily retired and will come back in some shape or form. But since no one knows, they have become the darlings of the auction circuit, even more than they already were. And lot 73 has an estimated value that is in the range between 198,000 to 396,000 in US dollars. Last but not least for today, lot 78, which is a black ceramic Audemars Piguet Royal Oak perpetual calendar. We have talked about the modern perpetual calendars by AP. This particular piece, the 26579 CE, takes it up a notch by executing the whole complication by wrapping all these features in a neat black ceramic package, case, and integrated bracelets. The piece, of course, comes with the full set of its accessories. The JLC 920 ébauche forms the core of the movement that powers the watch. Seems like barely worn and certainly in a great condition. Of course, accompanied by the full set of its original accessories. And as with most modern Royal Oak perpetual calendars, in addition to the moon phase indicator and leap year indicator, it also has an additional hand that points to the weekly calendar on the rejo of the watch. Of course, black ceramic looks pretty cool, but it also has the benefits of being a very light material that is nonetheless quite durable and almost scratch proof as well. Although I have also heard horror stories with ceramic watches with bracelets shattering all over the place. So that's something to keep in mind. But I think this is a very cool watch. I really wanted to hate these watches because of the hype, but I can't, especially since I had a chance last December to see the blue version of this in person. And that was, to a certain extent, a little too blue, but I think the black one would be perfect. It's a very cool piece, no matter how hyped up it is. This is lot number 78 for an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Perpetual Calendar in black ceramic, reference 26579 CE. Stunning piece from around 2019, 41 millimeters in diameter, of course. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price in an amount somewhere between 132,000 to 264,000 in US dollars. All right, guys, thank you so much again. Thank you for accompanying me today. I want to thank everyone for pledging their support for the fundraising efforts. We made on this live stream a donation of $475 to UNICEF. That's mostly you. That's you who drove it forward. That's you who helped me accomplish the goal. And I've also made the drawing today for the last piece of the puzzle that I have, for the last example of the Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers watch that I have with the blue dial. It went to a familiar place. Jake Brooks won it. Let's see if I can get him on live for the next live stream, if I can get him on the panel to celebrate, and we'll see how the rest of the story unfolds. But thank you so much, the Awesome Pawan, especially you for the super chats, Robert Wood for being such a great supporter and member of the channel, and everyone else who have chimed in the chat. Please hit the like button, stay tuned, share the link, spread the word far and wide. I always try my best to bring you great content on a consistent basis. At least hit the like button, and once the stream ends, leave a comment. It can help push the numbers up a little bit, put me forward in the algorithm, maybe give it a little bit of a nudge. I would really appreciate that. Love you. I'll probably see you on Monday. In the meantime, maybe I will show you a few things from the Longines meeting that I will participate in tomorrow. I look forward to checking in soon enough. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and enjoy your watches. Hit the like button on the way out.